And we have a clean start in the grand final for the men's varsity 8. Jumping out of the gates at a stroke rate of a 48 in their starting sequence, it is Newport right now with a 5-seat lead over Marin. Marin in lane 1, just about half a seat over Oakland Strokes in lane 3, but very tight here. As we progress down the race course, we've got Capital in lane 4 in that 4th place position, sitting 3 seats over NorCal in lane 6, so NorCal in 5th place. They have 3 seats over lane 5, Sarah High School. But then back to the leaders here. Again, Newport with that lead right out of the gate. It will be their bow first across the line at 500 meters, and now followed by Oakland Strokes. So Oakland making a big push there to see if they can crawl back and get it a little bit more space away from Newport's lead. So Oakland in second. They now are bow to stern over Marin. Marin in lane 1. Boats settling down into their base race. We've got Newport clocked at 36.5 strokes a minute. Oakland a little bit higher at 37. And now Newport and Oakland moving just a little bit farther away from the rest of the field. And now the interesting race to watch right now at 750 meters is NorCal rowing out in lane 6 has overtaken Marin for that 3rd place position. So NorCal now sitting 2 seats over Marin for 3rd. But here's Marin responding. So Marin coming back. In 5th place, it will be Capital. Capital rowing out of lane 4. They're sitting 7 seats over Sarah High School. Keeping our eyes on those outside lanes, lanes 1 and 6. Marin or Newport. Those guys are just dead even right now, coming into 1,000 meters to go.
And the men's varsity 8 now in the second 1,000 meters of the course. Out in front, Newport all alone with open water. They've broken away from the defending national champion, the Oakland Strokes. It's Newport, Oakland, and then too close to call between Marin and NorCal. NorCal at 37 strokes a minute, Marin slightly lower at about 36.5. Capital continues in 5th, Sarah High School in 6th. Only a handful of coaches from the Southwest region have won nationals. One of them is Nick D'Antoni, and his boat right now is dominating this race, and they've got a ticket right down to nationals if they can hang on. It's Newport by open water past 1,250 meters. Oakland in second, chasing Newport. NorCal on the outside in lane 6, giving Marin a run for the money for the bronze medal. Still very close between Marin and Capital in 5th, Sarah in 6th. Newport 36.5. Oakland chasing also at 36.5. Marin falling back further now. Marin has a race on their hands with NorCal as NorCal challenges for that bronze medal. Top 3 boats go to Youth Nationals at Sarasota. Newport's got open water. It's all theirs. Newport looking golden as they come into the spectator area. Oakland chasing, but they're down by 2 seats open water. It's Newport, Oakland, and now on the outside, NorCal. NorCal moving into that 3rd place position. NorCal for the bronze at this point, but Marin chasing hard along the shore. Capital for 5th, Sarah for 6th. The top 6 boats from the Southwest region right here. Newport all alone, 200 meters to go, and they've got that golden ticket to Sarasota. Oakland in the silver medal position. Now Marin just overtaking by a bow ball NorCal, but NorCal, it's going to be a photo finish for 3rd between NorCal and Marin. Too close to call from the hill for the men's varsity 8s for the bronze medal. Newport's got the gold. Newport has the gold. They're 3 strokes away. Here it comes. It's Newport to win the men's V8. And NorCal for that bronze. It looks like NorCal will wait for the official results.
And unofficially, that was Newport in first, Oakland Strokes in second, and NorCal in third. And up next, we have our women's Varsity 8 Grand Final. Lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, Marin. Lane 4, Pacific. Lane 5, Oakland Strokes. Lane 6, Capital. Top 3 crews qualify for the Youth National Championship.
And we have a start in the grand final for the women's Varsity 8 with 6 boats on the course. Marina Aquatic Center in lane 1, Newport in lane 2, Marin in lane 3, Pacific in lane 4, Oakland Strokes in lane 5, and Capital in lane 6. Boats are at 250 meters in, and we have 3 boats that have pushed themselves out ahead of the rest of the competition. That will be Marina, Marin, and Capital crew. So Marina right now with the lead, just slightly over Marin, maybe just by a bow ball, but still very early on in the going. So Marina and Marin almost dead even with each other. And now slight advantage is going to go to Marin as they settle into their base pace. So coming up to the first 500 here, down by about 1 length, and in that 3rd place position, it will be Capital. So Capital sitting 3 seats over Newport in lane 2, Newport in 4th, back to Newport by about 6 seats. It will be the Oakland Strokes. They are in 5th, sitting 3 seats over Pacific. But Marin now, as they come past 500 meters in, that coxswain looking over her port side, taking a seat with every stroke. They are taking 7 seats over Marina. And now here comes Capital. Capital pushing themselves just a little bit farther away from Newport. They now have a 5-seat lead over Newport. So Capital in 3rd, Newport in 4th. Oakland still sitting in 5th, just a few seats over Pacific. Beautiful glassy water out here at 750 meters. The Marin women taking advantage of that. Those beautiful conditions, rowing 38 strokes a minute. They are looking to pull clear of Marina, but Marina, we know that they are a tenacious crew, and they're not going to let them get any farther away. But Marin right now sitting bow to stern over Marina, and Capital sitting just off of the stern deck of the Marina boat. So Capital still in 3rd, and now pushing themselves just a little bit farther away from Newport. Newport still holding on to 4th. They are 7 seats over Oakland. Oakland still sitting there with 3 seats over Pacific. Marin first across the line with 1,000 meters to go. They are looking at about a seat of open water now over Marina Aquatic Center. Capital just off of the stern deck of the Marina boat in 3rd, and now for them, they've got open water over Newport.
Thank you, Adrian, for the first 1,000 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now its turn for the women. The women's varsity 8, top 6 boats from the Southwest region on the water. As you heard, Marin, the leader, they continue to push away from the field. Hanging tough with Marin is the Marina Aquatic Center. They are not giving up any water easily to Marin, so expect anything out of this Marina boat in lane 1. They are hanging tough in 2nd place. Now you've got to look all the way across the lake to lane 6 for 3rd place, as you heard Adrian call. Capital Crew from right here at Lake Natoma. These boats now crossing 1,250 meters. Most of these women's boats now at 36 to 37 strokes per minute. Marina digging a little deeper, moving a little bit closer to Marin, but Marin still in a comfortable lead. Coming across 1,500 meters in about 10 strokes, we're going to keep an eye on Capital Crew in the outside lane. Will Capital be able to move up and challenge Marina for that? Newport continues in 4th. Oakland and Pacific locked in a side-by-side battle. Oakland up by 2 seats now over Pacific. Here's the call at 1,500. Women's varsity 8. It is Marin first across the line. And now Marina. And now Capital. Capital slowly getting closer. Capital in a position where they could threaten Marina for that silver medal. Top 3 boats go to Sarasota for Youth Nationals. Marina hanging tough. Marina in lane 1 still there. Bow to stern behind Marin. Capital on the outside, slipping a little bit back as Marina moves up. .350 meters to go. Women's varsity 8s, Marin in the lead as they have been since the 500-meter line. Marina in 2nd. Capital in 3rd. Capital trying hard to catch Marina as they come into the last 200. Newport continuing in 4th, and now Pacific moving ahead of Oakland for 5th. Marin with open water over Marina. Marina bow to stern over Capital. Great racing for these 3 teams here. You're looking at the top 3. They've got lots of open water between the 3 remaining boats. Pacific moving up even more now into 5th place ahead of Oakland. And here's the call. Women's varsity 8s. For the gold, it's Marin. For the silver, Marina Aquatic Center. And here comes Capital for the bronze.
And unofficially, your top 3 women's varsity 8s, Marin, Marina Aquatic Center, and Capital Crew.
The grand final for the women's novice quad is currently underway and just past the breakage point. In lane 1, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 2, San Diego. Lane 3, Artemis. Lane 4, Redwood Scullers. Lane 5, North Bay Rowing Club. And lane 6, California Yacht Club. All boats approaching 250 meters in, and our early leader will be Long Beach rowing out of lane 1. They are sitting with 4 seats over San Diego in lane 2. In that third place position, we're going to move over to lane 4. That will be Redwood Scullers, just a couple of seats ahead of Artemis. Artemis rowing right down the center of the course in lane 3. Artemis and outside lane California Yacht Club pretty even with each other for that 4th place position. And then just there off of the stern deck of the California Yacht Club, it will be North Bay in 6th place. Boats now approaching 500 meters. Long Beach continues to hold on to the lead, now inching themselves just a little bit farther away from San Diego, so they're sitting with 4 seats over the San Diego crew. San Diego sitting just 2 seats now over Stanford. I've got Stanford clocked at 35.5 strokes a minute. They are bow to stern over California Yacht Club in 4th, but with Artemis in 5th, just maybe 1 seat behind California Yacht Club. Artemis in 5th. They are 4 seats over North Bay, so there's still a lot of overlap between boats, and we are still very early on here in this grand final. No one with open water, no one that is pulled completely clear of the rest of the pack, but Long Beach doing their best to try and do so and move even farther away from San Diego and Stanford. Coming up to 750 meters in. Now we've got open water for Long Beach. Just about 2 seats of open water for that Long Beach crew over San Diego. San Diego sitting 4 seats over Redwood Scullers. And now Redwood Scullers has a bit of open water over our 4th place team from California Yacht Club. So a little bit more separation as they jockey for position to see what color of medal they want to have. And as we come up to the halfway point, we are looking at Redwood Scullers really putting on a big power move here, seeing if they can take a seat or 2 away from San Diego. So Redwood Scullers on the move, trying to come up and challenge San Diego for that 2nd place position. California Yacht Club continues in 4th. A little bit of open water for them over both North Bay and Artemis. Holding on to that lead. San Diego in 2nd, Redwood Scullers in 3rd. And now here is California Yacht Club, and too close to call at 1,000 meters to go between Artemis and North Bay.
And the women's novice cock squad. One thing I've been noticing here in this event is that the Long Beach crew is understroking the field. They're at 32.5 beats per minute. 3rd place, Redwood Scullers at 36.5. So that's a difference of 4 strokes per minute. That can make a difference here in terms of fatigue as these crews come down the course, and that gives Long Beach an extra gear to go to if they need it later on. Now Long Beach continues to push away from the field in the lead, followed by San Diego and then the Redwood Scholars. On the outside, California Yacht Club still in fourth place, bow to stern over the two remaining teams from Artemis and North Bay. Very close between Artemis and North Bay. Both Artemis and North Bay relatively young programs, and here they are in the grand finals. That is fantastic for both of those programs. As we now prepare to hit 1,500 meters, you'll start to see the yellow unisuits of Long Beach come into view. Chasing them is everyone else. This is the women's Cox Quad grand final for the medals. And at 1,500, it is still Long Beach. San Diego for the silver. Redwood Scholars for the bronze. Redwood doing a good job holding off any challenges from Cal Yacht Club on the outside in lane 6. Cal Yacht Club in fourth, holding off Artemis and North Bay. North Bay in the sixth place, North Bay in fifth place. They've overtaken Artemis now, so North Bay in fifth, and they are making a move right now. North Bay making a push. There go their novices. They're taking the rate up a little bit, and they are trying to pull even with Cal Yacht Club. That could put North Bay into fourth place. Along the shore in the 10th, in the yellow unis, that is the Long Beach Junior Crew. They've had this lead now for the last 1,000 meters. In the red hall, lane 2, San Diego Rowing Club, looking super there as they come into the last 350 for that silver medal position. But chasing them on the outside now is the Redwood Scholars. They are going hard. They are trying to catch them. North Bay trying to catch Cal Yacht Club for fourth. These are the women's novice Cox Quads coming to the line, the future sculling varsity members of these programs. And it's Long Beach looking golden with lots of open water. San Diego for the silver, but Redwood Scholars right behind them on the outside for fourth. Cal Yacht Club with North Bay chasing, and then Artemis.
We are almost at 500 meters in the women's JV8 grand final. Arena Aquatic Center. Lane 5, Marin, and lane 6, NorCal. And I'm looking at some really tight racing here at 500 meters, definitely between Oakland Strokes and Capital. It is bow ball to bow ball for those two crews as they come down the course. Going to give a very slight advantage to Capital Crew, and literally just by a bow ball. Now back to them by about 5 seats. It will be Marina Aquatic Center in the third place position. Marina looking really strong down the center of the lanes. They already have a 8-seat advantage over Marin in lane 5. So Marina in third, Marin in fourth, just barely, maybe a couple of inches over Newport. And then Newport bow to stern over NorCal. Things changing rapidly here for that fourth place position. It's going to go to Newport. Newport just overtaking Marin for that position. But back to the leaders at 750 meters, it will be Oakland Strokes with the lead. They have pulled up over Capital just by 2 seats now. So big push there by Oakland along the shoreline to overtake Capital for the lead. Capital sitting just 2 seats down from Oakland. but a full 5 seats over Marina. Marina needing to keep their eye on a really hard charging Newport here. So Marina still in that third place position, but sitting 6 seats over Newport. Newport now 3 seats over Marin. A little bit of open water back to Marin. It will be NorCal in 6th. 36 strokes a minute for Oakland. Capital also at 36 with 1,000 meters to go. It is Oakland along the shoreline in that first place position, followed by Capital, and then Marina with Newport in 4th, Marin in 5th, and NorCal in 6th.
And good racing here. I agree, Adrian. These women's JV8s are pacing each other very well here. What you're seeing is a real close strategy between these crews, as if they can't jump out and get out in front early in the race, they're going to pace one another and wait until a critical moment to make a move that yields good water. And we're seeing that here as Oakland and Capital pace one another, trying to take an advantageous position. And Oakland took that a little bit early, and now Oakland, from the top of the hill, they're making a push right now. They are trying to take the rate up a little bit more. They're at 36.5. Now they're up higher than that as they try to take more water away from second place Capital. Now Newport Aquatic Center, you heard them overtake Marin. Now they're giving Marina a run for the money. It's getting very close between Marina and Newport for that bronze medal. It still is going to Marina, but that race is getting closer as they come down the course. Marin in place, and then NorCal trailing in 6th. The Oakland women really pushing the rate here. And the Oakland women holding on to that higher rate as they cross 1,500 meters now, bow to stern ahead of Capital. It's the Oakland JV women in the lead for the gold, bow to stern ahead of second place Capital crew. Capital bow to stern ahead of Marina. Marina up 4 seats over Newport. Newport open water over Marin. Marin open water over NorCal. Oakland women doing a super job coming into the spectator area. They've got the lead. They can taste it. They want that gold medal. It's 300 meters away for the Oakland women. Marina continuing, Capital continuing in second place, but I warned you about Newport. They have overtaken Marina. Newport.
Our next grand final is the men's JV8. In lane 1, Newport. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Marin. Lane 4, St. Ignatius High School. Lane 5, Capital Crew. Lane 6, NorCal.
in the grand final for the men's JV 8. Still a lot of overlap between boats, but what we are seeing is that lane 1 Newport is trying to be very aggressive and get away very early from the start, and they already have a 6-seat lead here over Oakland Strokes throwing out of lane 2. So Newport and Oakland pushing each other hard. Too close to call right now between 3rd and 4th place. That would be Marin and St. Ignatius. Those two crews just dead even with each other. And then back to them by a little bit of open water. In 5th, it will be NorCal rowing out of lane 6. They're sitting with 4 seats over Capital Crew in lane 5. At 500 meters, Newport really making a statement early on. Just as they did in the Varsity 8, they're doing so now. It is now 5 seats for them over Oakland. But Oakland staying tough, hanging right with them in the early stages here. Interesting race, though, is what's developing between Marin and St. Ignatius. Marin now moving themselves into that 3rd place position, sitting 2 seats over St. Ignatius. Meters, it continues to be Newport, now 7 seats over Oakland. Oakland still sitting 4 seats over now Marin in 3rd. Marin pulling themselves a little bit farther away from St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius now with open water over NorCal, so about 3 seats of open water over NorCal in 5th, and NorCal bow to stern over Capital Crew. .1,000 meters to go. It continues to be Newport now bow to stern over Oakland, and Oakland inching themselves a little bit farther away from Marin. Marin sitting in that 3rd position with the coxswain sitting on the bow person of the St. Ignatius boat. A little bit of open water back to them. It will be NorCal in 5th, followed by Capital.
And the men's JV8's now approaching 1,250 meters. Folks, as you heard Adrian call, Newport Aquatic Center in lane 1 making a very aggressive early push. It has paid off well as they continue to lead the field coming down the lake here. The one thing you can say about Newport boats, they row extremely well. Beautiful blade work, great body positioning, and excellent race plans executed perfectly. And Newport's doing that again here as they charge down this race course in command, in control of everybody. Now, Oakland, in response to Newport, has taken their stroke rate up to 38.5 beats per minute. Meanwhile, Newport is understroking them 2 beats lower at 36.5. That shows you the power and length in that Newport boat. They can take less strokes per minute and still walk away from the Oakland boat. Now, Marin is moving up to challenge Oakland for the silver medal position. At 1,500, Marin has their bow ball at the Oakland 5 seat. St. Ignatius falling back to 4th. On the outside, NorCal for 5th, and then Capital for 6th. These are the men's JV8s. This is the grand final. They are racing for medals. Newport in another gold medal position. Marin chasing Oakland so hard right now, ladies and gentlemen. Marin is pushing Oakland to the limit. Marin understroking Oakland just a little bit. Marin keeps pushing their bow further and further up into the Oakland boat here. This could turn into a silver medal race between Marin and Oakland. Oakland still has the silver medal with 3:50 to go, but Marin is a threat. St. Ignatius in 4th, NorCal 5th, Capital 6th. Once again, alone, by themselves, out in front, Newport Aquatic Center for the gold. And look at Marin, they got their bow ball at the 2 seat now of Oakland. It's Newport, Oakland, Marin. It's getting closer and closer and closer. Little bobble there in the Marin boat as they keep chasing. That gave Oakland a seat back. Oakland still has that silver medal. They still got it. Marin for the bronze. And here comes Newport for the gold in the men's JV8s.
And unofficially for the men's JV8 final, that was Newport, Oakland Strokes, and Marin. Lining up at the start line is the women's freshman 8 grand final. Lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 4, Newport. Lane 5, Long Beach. And Lane 6, Pacific.
We're in the early goings here in the women's Frosh 8 grand final with 6 boats on the water. And I could see it from my vantage point here at 250 meters in. Marin just shot out of the gates like a rocket, 44 strokes a minute for them in their starting sequence, and they are looking calm and composed in lane 1. They have a substantial lead here very early on over lane 2, 4, Newport Aquatic Center. Now, very close to Newport, we'll move over to Marina Aquatic Center in lane 3. But now, just as I said that, it looks like, nope, Marina is still in 4th. Marina is still in 4th. Long Beach Juniors challenging Marina for that 4th or 5th place position. But then there's Pacific on the outside as well. So very tightly packed here at 500 meters in. Length lead, but it is Newport now pushing themselves into that 2nd place position. Newport in 2nd, took a big power 10 there at 500 meters in, and they have to about 7 seats over both Oakland and Marina. Slight advantage to Oakland for that 3rd place spot, just maybe a couple of inches over Marina, but then now Marina taking a 10. I've got 4 boats straight across here, really hard to see. Oakland, Marina, Long Beach, Pacific, almost dead even with each other. Checking with my launch driver, I want to make sure I'm not crazy, but this is such a tight race at 750 meters. Marin all by themselves out front with a little bit of open water over Newport. Newport in 2nd, very solidly, but between 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, it is anyone's race. Right now, I'm going to give the advantage going to Pacific in lane 6. Pacific by 2 seats over Long Beach. Long Beach sitting maybe 1 seat over Marina. Marina maybe 1 seat over Oakland Strokes. As crews come up to the halfway point, it is Marin out in front by 1 length over Newport. Newport trying to pull clear of a very quickly advancing Pacific and Long Beach. Marina in 5th, 1 seat over Oakland. Oakland in 6th. 1,000 meters to go here in the women's Froshate Grand Final.
This is classic freshman racing, as these crews pace one another and make endless moves to counter one another. 1 minute they're ahead, next minute they're slipping back, then they're ahead again. They are fearless freshmen coming down the course here. They've never seen anything like this, so they're having fun and they're terrified at the same time. Now, as you heard, Marin out in front, they continue to push away from the field. Newport in lane 4, continuing in 2nd place. On the outside now, Pacific Rowing Club. Pacific moving into that 3rd place position ahead of Long Beach, Marina, and the Oakland Strokes. So Pacific in the bronze medal position, and they're actually in contact now with 2nd place Newport. So Marin is the only boat with a very comfortable open water margin. All the other boats are in contact with each other, and again, it's Newport in 2nd with Pacific in 3rd, and then right behind Pacific, you have Long Beach, Marina, and you have Oakland. These are the freshman women, and they're approaching 1,500 meters. The Marin freshman women at 35 strokes per minute. Newport a little bit lower, about 34.5. Now Pacific still in 3rd for that bronze medal position, but Marina and Oakland pushing up to get closer to Pacific. This could get very close for that bronze medal position. Long Beach also in contact. Now Long Beach is in 6th, but they're in contact with Marina and Oakland and Pacific. You don't see many close races like this, ladies and gentlemen. This is a race for the spectators. Women's Frosh 8's now coming into the last 250 meters. It's Marin for the gold out in front. Newport for the silver, Pacific for the bronze. Pacific has just found another gear, and they keep moving away. They're moving away again from Long Beach and Marina. Oakland falling back to 6th. Freshman 8s, all their first year in high school. But the way they row here, they're looking good. They look more than freshmen. They're rowing well. And you're looking at the top 6 boats. Future varsity here, ladies and gentlemen. Marin for the gold. Newport holding on to that silver medal. And Pacific coming from the halfway point into the bronze medal position. Pacific holding on to it and taking more water away from Newport, Marina, and Oakland as they take that position all the way to the finish line. Women's Frosh 8s now finishing.
We are already at 500 meters in the grand final for the men's novice 4. Our lead, and very close here between the remaining crews. Along the shoreline, Oakland in that second place position, but very close to them, maybe just by 1 seat down, will leave NorCal. So NorCal in third, sitting 2 over Capital. Capital in 4th. Newport with open water by 1 seat. And I think I miscalled that one. Marin is out there as well. Kind of a sneak attack. I think that the boats were all kind of overlapped, but now we have a little bit more separation. Marin there in second place, followed by NorCal. So NorCal in third, but very close to Marin at 750 meters. And then Oakland along the shoreline in fourth, sitting about a half a seat over Capital. So still very tightly packed, except for Newport out in front. And then San Diego in lane 6 in the 6th place position. Just shy of 1,000 meters, it continues to be Newport, still with about 2 seats of open water over Marin. Marin in second, sitting 3 seats over NorCal. NorCal looking at a challenge from Oakland. Diego continuing in 6th. We'll turn it over to Bob on the hill for the third 500.
Well, thank you, Adrian. This race is proving to be very dynamic here as these men's novice 4s keep moving back and forth. And as you've heard, there's a lot of position in lane 1 making a push just after crossing the 1,000-meter line, trying to move up and get closer to Marin. So Oakland making a push right now. We'll see how well they hold on to that push after they lengthen back out to base pace. Here are their novice men in their 4 out in front, holding off Marin and Oakland. Now NorCal, who was in a position, NorCal slipping back behind Marin and Oakland here at 1,250 meters. Capital in 6th here as we approach 1,500 meters. Folks, this is turning into a potentially 3-boat race for the gold medal. Newport, which was so fast for the first 1,250 meters, because of Oakland and Newport fighting each other, they're slowly moving up. Now, Newport still has that gold medal position, but watch out for Oakland and Marin as they come into the last 500. Taking Marin at 1,500 for the silver medal position. For the men's novice 4, it's Newport, Oakland, Marin, then NorCal, Capital, and then trailing will be San Diego Rowing Club. Newport sensing the threat, they just bumped up the rate a little bit to hold off Oakland and Marin. Oakland continues to push away from Marin for the silver medal. Oakland up 4 seats. Oakland's got their stroke seat at Marin's bow ball. Newport continuing with 2 seats open water for the gold medal position. This threat as Newport now tries to walk it away and take it to the finish line. Along the shore in the 4, they made a gutsy move. They've held on to it. They've got that silver medal right now. Marin for third. In the 6th place position. All right, here come the men's novice 4s. Now, folks, you got a big push here from NorCal on the outside. NorCal working up. NorCal working up. They could challenge for a medal. They could take it away from Marin. It's Newport, Oakland, and will it be NorCal or Marin for that bronze medal? Will it be NorCal or Marin? It looks like Marin, but too close to call. It's a photo finish for third between NorCal and Marin.
And on the race course, we have the men's single grand final. Lane 1, California Yacht Club. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers. Lane 3, Artemis. Lane 4, Brophy. Lane 5, Tempe Junior. And Lane 6, Palo Alto. Going to turn it over to Adrian on the water for the call.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back into the grand finals. This time on the course, the men's single. They are just coming up to 500 meters in. Right now, we've got lane 1, Zachary Steinfeld from California Yacht Club, just barely leading Doran Finley from Red Lobsters out of lane 2. 2 boats sitting stern over lane 6, Rudy Swarovski from Artemis. 3 boats there now with open water over the remaining field. Very close here for that 4th or 5th place position between Kate Hawk and Alexander Acatino from Tempe Juniors. Now back to Tempe Juniors by a little bit of open water. It will be our 6th place rower, Mark Jankovic from Palo Alto. Very slight wind picking up here out on the course. Just shy of 750 meters, continues to be very close between California Yacht Club and Redwood Scullers. So those two pacing each other, both rowing at about 30 strokes a minute, and both sitting about bow to stern over Artemis. positioning really hasn't changed amongst these scullers. California Yacht Club himself a little bit farther away from Redwood Scullers, but what I'm watching is a really good push here by Rudy from Artemis. As we approach 1,000 meters, he has moved himself up just a little bit closer to Redwood Scullers into that third place position. Now back to him by about 1 length of open water. Brophy continues in fourth, followed by Tempe Juniors, and then back by about 1.5 lengths of open water. In sixth, it will be Palo Alto. 1,000 meters to go in the grand final for the men's single. This is a Youth Nationals qualifier. Top 3 boats will punch their ticket to Florida.
And the grand final for the men's singles now at 1,250 meters. As you heard, folks, this race takes a little bit longer as there's only 1 sculler on the water per boat, and that makes for a longer race, which means these rowers have to be of very high fitness and skill level, being that their race actually takes longer than, say, a race in an 8. Zachary Steinfeld, Yacht Club, holding on to that gold medal position over Doran Finley from the Redwood Scullers. The second place boat from Redwood Scullers in striking distance there. The separation isn't that much here as they come into the last 600 meters. Skoronsky from Artemis continues in that third place position. He has slipped back a little bit, about half a boat length of open water behind Redwood Scullers, but he's in a solid third place position with open water over the fourth place Hawkins from Brophy. 2 trailing boats from Tempe and Palo Alto are back by several boat lengths of open water. They're rowing well, handling this race course with good steering, just not matching the speed of the top crews right now as they come into the last 500 meters. Now both lanes 1 and 2, Cal Yacht Club and Redwood Scullers, rowing at conservative strokes here as these rowers pace one another. I would tell you right now, be ready to see some explosive sprinting as they come into the spectator area. Third place Artemis continues to hold off fourth place Brophy. These scholars intently focused on their race plan right now. They've got to think it and call it and do it all by themselves. And this race is going to get closer as it comes into the last 250. Keep your eye on lanes 1 and 2. Will it be Cal Yacht Club or the Redwood Scullers for the gold? .200 meters to go for the men's single. Top 3 boats go on to Youth Nationals in Florida. Steinfeld from Cal Yacht Club continuing bow to stern ahead of Finley from Redwood Scullers. Fighting a little bit of a headwind, these crews doing well. In third place, and also looking to go to Youth Nationals, Skoronsky from Artemis, holding off Hawkins from Brophy. And now lane 1 really pushing and walking away from the Redwood Sculler. It's going to be Cal Yacht Club for the gold, Redwood Scullers for the silver, and it's still Artemis for the bronze as we come to the line for the men's singles.
it looks like we have lightweight double grand final. I'm going to set the lanes for you here. In lane 1, California Yacht Club. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers. Lane 3, Long Beach Junior. Lane 4, Redwood Scullers. Lane 5, Row LA. Lane 6, Upper Natoma. And Lane 7, Casitas. Very early on here at 250 meters in, our leader by bow to stern margin will be Redwood Scullers rowing out of lane 2. They are already sitting with almost a little bit of open water of both lane 1, California Yacht Club, and lane 3, Long Beach Juniors. And then in that fourth place position, we'll move to the outside, lane 7, Casitas. So Casitas, very close in that fourth place position, also to lane 5, Row LA. Row LA is sitting bow to stern over lane 4, the next Redwood Scullers boat. I'm going to call that their B-level entry. Seventh place position, it will be lane 6, Upper Natoma. At 500 meters, our leaders continue to be Redwood Scullers rowing out of lane 2. And as I said earlier, please notice that there are 2 entries here in this grand final from the team from Redwood Scullers, formerly known as Stanford Juniors. So really strong sculling program here. The women are looking exceptionally strong this year, and they are showing it. And lane 2 pulling away from the remaining field. So Redwood Scullers with the lead. And now a little bit of a change-up with positioning. We've got California Yacht Club and Row LA right next to each other for that second or third place position. In fourth, I'm going to go back to the outside lane, lane 7 for that position. And then just back to them, down by about 1 length, it will be the B-boat entry from Redwood Scullers. In sixth, along the shoreline, California Yacht Club. And then in 7th, Upper Natoma. 750 meters in, Redwood Scullers A continues with the lead now by open water over both Long Beach and Row LA. Redwood Scullers B pushing themselves into the 4th place position, sitting maybe 1 seat over Casitas, but Casitas taking their rate up here as we approach 1,000 meters, seeing if they can overtake the B entry from Redwood Scullers for that 4th place position, maybe moving themselves up to challenge one of the top 3 crews. Upper Natoma in 6th, California Yacht Club in 7th, but it will be the first entry from Redwood Scullers, first across the line with 1,000 meters, followed closely by Row LA and Long Beach.
And ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, the grand final for the women's lightweight doubles now in the second 1,000 meters. This is an event that races at USRowing's Youth National Championships in Sarasota, Florida later this summer. So top 3 get a ticket to Florida here as they come to the line. Now the Redwood Scullers boat in lane 2, they continue to walk away here. They've got a comfortable open water margin. They are making this look like easy work, ladies and gentlemen, as they come down this course in commanding fashion. Long Beach in the yellow unis, they had that silver medal position locked up, but they are being chased very closely by Row LA. Row LA, one of the smaller programs in the league, but they've been putting out faster and faster sculling boats every year, and here they are challenging for the silver medal position here in the women's lightweight doubles. All these women weigh a maximum of 130 pounds, so the strength to weight fitness level is very high. At 1,500 meters, here comes the call. In 3, and 1, and it's Redwood Scullers across the line, followed by Long Beach, then Row LA. Then we go back inside to the Redwood Scullers B boat in 4th, then Upper Natoma moving into 5th, then on the outside, Casitas, and then finally we go back to Cal Yacht Club in lane 1 in the trailing position. Women's lightweight doubles in the last 500 meters now. Long Beach continues to hold on to the silver medal. Redwood Scullers out in front for the gold. But now Long Beach trying to push up closer to the Redwood Scullers. As they do so, Row LA keeps moving with them. This is going to be a close race possibly for the silver medal. Long Beach still has it, but Row LA pushing hard. 4th place continues to be Redwood Scullers. Upper Natoma 5th, Casitas for 6th, Cal Yacht Club 7th. That big lead that the Redwood Scullers had, that's disappeared because Long Beach is going hard now. Long Beach is bow to stern behind Redwood Scullers. These lightweight women are pushing it to the line. They are pushing it to their very limits. Long Beach still for the silver. Redwood for the gold. Redwood Scullers for the gold, and they got 100 meters to go. Row LA. Row LA for the bronze. Women's lightweight doubles. Now finishing top 3 to Youth Nationals, and it looks like it's going to be Redwood Scullers, Long Beach, and Row LA.
The next grand final will be the men's freshman 8, lane 1, Marin, lane 2, Newport, lane 3, Pacific, lane 4, Marina Aquatic Center, lane 5, Marin's B entry, lane 6, Oars, and lane 7, Oakland Strokes.
we're just past 250 meters here in the grand final of the men's Frosh 8. These boats having progressed out of yesterday's time trial. So we've got top 7 boats here. And on the course, we're looking at lane 1, Marin, already with a good sized lead by about 6 seats over lane 2, Newport, and lane 6, OARS, Oakland Area Rowing Society. We're coming up at 500 meters in. Past 500 meters, it will be Marin Athletic Rowing Society. So I'm going to call them oars as they come down the course, but really amazing showing here in the southwest region. Third advantage over oars. Oars looking 3 seats over Oakland in lane 7. Oakland in lane 7, sitting with 7 seats over lane 2, Newport. And then with Pacific right there next to Newport. So very close between Newport and Pacific. Advantage now is going to go to Pacific for that 4th place position. They are now sitting 3 seats over Newport. Newport slipping back to 5th. And then in 6th, we're going to move over to lane 5. That will be the B boat entry from Marin. They have a 3-seat advantage over Marina Aquatic Center. So Marina Aquatic Center in 7th. Really amazing racing here going on from this brand new program. They are in very solidly in that 2nd place position, but sitting down to Marin. So Marin along the shoreline in lane 1 with their bow first across the line with 1,000 meters to go. They have a bow to stern advantage over oars. Oars sitting bow to stern over Oakland in lane 7. So lane 6 and 7 in the top 3 spots.
Seven boats of freshman madness now coming at you, ladies and gentlemen. Second 1,000 meters is where the action happens. And you heard from Adrian that Marin is out in front. The only action Marin has at this point is how much faster can they go as they lead this pack down the course in blazing fashion. The Marin freshman 8 just looking golden here at 1,250 meters. Now the Oakland Athletic Rowing Society, they continue in the 2nd place position for the silver medal. Oh, way over there in lane 6. All lanes are fast at Lake Natoma. And here we have a silver medal crew out there in lane 6. Right behind them, the Oakland Strokes in lane 7 for the bronze medal position. Now the threat here is Pacific Rowing Club. Pacific in lane 3 is moving up to challenge Oakland for that bronze medal position. Now Oakland still has it, but Pacific is on the move, and we expect to see them pull closer by 1,500 meters. And Marin just now crossing 1,500 meters for the freshman 8s. Then Oakland Athletic Rowing Society. Then the Oakland Strokes. Then Pacific Rowing Club. Pacific is charging so hard. They are on the hunt trying to catch Oakland. We fall back to 5th place. 5th place will be Marina Aquatic Center, the Marin B boat, then Marina, and finally Newport in lane 2. 7 boats coming at you. Top 3 get the medals. It's still Marin, Oakland Athletic Rowing, and the Oakland Strokes. Pacific in 4th, still chasing. They're down about 8 seats from Oakland with 3:50 to go. These are the men's freshman 8s now finishing. 200 meters to go for Marin. They've got that gold medal by open water. Oakland Athletic Rowing Society, they've got that silver. They've got a seat of open water over the Oakland Strokes. Oakland now with 8 seats still over Pacific. Pacific in 4th, charging hard. Marin B 5th. Marina 6th. and then Newport for 7th. Men's Brochet's finishing. It's Marin and their gold medal waiting for him right now.
The next grand final will be the Women's Novice 4. In Lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 4, Marina Aquatic Center B Boat. Lane 5, Oregon Athletic Rowing Society. Lane 6, NorCal.
And we're about 300 meters into the Women's Novice 4 Grand Final, and already we have a very clear leader out of Oakland Strokes in Lane 2. They are sitting with about 2 seats of open water over Marina Aquatic Center in Lane 1, and then Marina also with 2 seats of open water over Lane 3, Long Beach Juniors. So those are your top 3 crews right now: Oakland, Marina, and then Long Beach. Long Beach in 3rd. They are sitting bow to stern over Lane 4, Marina Aquatic Center B. So 2 entries here from Marina Aquatic Center. Their novice program is just amazing. Melanie Salter, the head coach for the novice program, really setting the head coach up for a great varsity program, and we're seeing that here. 2 entries in the Women's Novice 4 is really just amazing, and they're doing a great job with the B-boat here, currently sitting in that 4th place position. Just next to Marina in 5th, it will be Lane 6, NorCal. NorCal sitting bow to stern over Oars B in Lane 5. It is the crew from Oakland just dominating right out of the gate. They already have now 1 length of open water over Marina. Marina now with about 3 seats of open over Long Beach Junior. Long Beach Junior looking to pull away and gain open water over either Marina or NorCal. It is dead even between both Marina B and NorCal on the outside lane. That new program we were talking about earlier, Oars, Oakland Area Rowing Society, they are in that 6th place position, doing a fine job here in the grand final, just not quite able to match the speed of these top boats. 750 meters gone, and it's pretty spread out between our top 3 boats, Oakland, Marina A, and then Long Beach. So a good amount of open water between those top 3 crews. Great race here developing between NorCal and Marina B. I'm going to give the advantage right now to NorCal by about 2 seats over Marina B. So Marina B in that 5th place position. Back to them by about 1.5 lengths of open water. It will be Oars. But again, back to our leaders. It is Oakland. Oakland rowing out of Lane 2. They have about 1.5 lengths of open water at the halfway point over the Marina Aquatic Center. Marina in 2nd. And then back to them in that third place position by about a length and a half of open water. It will be Long Beach.
And folks, we'd like to make a correction. We apologize. It's the Oakland Athletic Rowing Society as they come down the course here. You just saw their men's frauche do a great job, and now here's their women's novice 4 in a grand final as well. So off to a good start for the Oakland Athletic Rowing Society. Now out in front, it is the Oakland Strokes, the other Oakland team. They are out in front by a good open water advantage over Marina Aquatic Center. Marina consistently puts out great novice crews, as does Oakland, so it's not surprising to see these two teams close to each other battling it out. Long Beach continues in third. Long Beach still with a pretty good amount of water here between themselves and the next closest teams from the Oakland Athletic Rowing Society and Marina Aquatic Center's second boat that qualified for this grand final. NorCal also in the hunt here as they try to match the pace boats as we approach 1,500 meters. And first across the line at 1,500 for the women's novice 4 grand final continues to be the Oakland Strokes. They will come into view first. They're in lane number 2. Following them, lane number 1. In the silver medal position, Marina Aquatic Center, MAC. What does MAC stand for? Medaling at Championships. And here they come to the finish line in a good position. Long Beach Junior Crew continues in the bronze medal position. They're in the yellow unisuits right there in lane 3. Marina Aquatic Center's B boat is in 4th place, holding off NorCal in 5th. And then finally, the Oakland Athletic Rowing Society, their B boat entry in 6th place here in the grand final for the women's novice 4s. Meters to go, and Oakland has a gold medal. Their women's novice 4 doing a super job here, rowing like a varsity 4, coming down the lake in command, in control, all the way from the beginning. Marina in the silver medal position along the shore, and Long Beach in the middle for the bronze, with Marina's other boat chasing. These are the women's novice 4's grand final again. It's Oakland for the gold, and here comes that finish.
And we are well past 500 meters already in the grand final for the men's 3rd, varsity 8. And right now we have 2 Oakland Strokes boats entered into this event, as well as 2 Newport boats. So we'll try to keep it clear which one is in a lead position. And right now it will be the A boat from Oakland. They are in lane 1 with a 5. The top 3 boats, pretty amazing, and really a testament to the depth of that varsity program. Now on the outside lane, lane 6, Marin, they are definitely within striking distance to that B boat from Oakland and possibly getting themselves into contention for one of those medals. So they are trying to pull up even with the B boat from Oakland, as well as the B boat from Oakland trying to overtake Newport here for that second place position. So we'll keep our eye on what is developing between lanes 2, 3, and 6. Newport, Oakland Strokes B, and Marin. But it is the A boat from Oakland already well out in front, bow to stern over the rest of the field. In 4th, we're going to move out into the inside. That will be the B boat entry from Newport. They're in that 5th place position. And then in 6th, it will be Pacific. At 1,000 meters, it's going to be Oakland A, followed by too close to call here between Newport and Oakland B. And then with Marin hot on their heels in 4th. And then just behind them, Newport B with Pacific trailing.
So folks, again, as you heard, the men's third level varsity 8's now on the course. Here we are approaching 1,250 meters with Oakland out in front. Now for a program to have 3/8 of varsity men or more, all that does is keep the pipeline full of lots of talent so that the top boats just keep going faster and faster. It helps all the kids go faster, pushes everyone, and that's why you see Newport and Oakland as such dominant programs in this region. Now Marin on the outside, they keep chasing the top 3 boats. Right now Oakland has 2 boats in medaling position. Oakland has a gold and bronze medal boat right now at 1,250 meters. Newport's A boat in the silver medal position. Marin is chasing hard in the outside for that 4th place position, but challenging Marin now is Newport's B boat, and then in the final position for 6th place is Pacific. Oakland B and Newport A now dead even at 1,500 meters. Oakland A continues in the lead, but Oakland B and Newport A, it's anyone's race for the silver medal. Marin on the outside, just not able to catch him at this point. Newport B trying to catch Marin and take 4th away from them, but they've got some work to do here as they come into the last 500 meters. Oakland continues to lead. They've got open water. Oakland B barely holding off. Newport A, Oakland B overtaking Newport A. It could be a 1-2 finish for Oakland. It could be a 1-2 finish for Oakland here as Newport in the yellow hall is watching Oakland work ahead of them now by 2 to 3 seats. It's Oakland A, Oakland B, Newport A, and on the outside a surprise. Marin moving up. Could they take a medal away from Newport? It's getting closer, folks. Marin is putting on a tremendous sprint, and Marin could take the bronze away from Newport. Look at this finish, 3 boats across. 3 boats across to the line. It's Oakland for the gold, and I can't make the call for silver or bronze. Men's 3v8s now finishing.
the next grand final is the women's third varsity 8. In lane 1, Capital Crew. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Pacific. Lane 4, Marin. Lane 5, Oakland Strokes B entry. Lane 6, Marina Aquatic Center.
And racing is well underway here in the grand final for the women's third varsity 8. In lane 1, Capital. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Pacific. Lane 4, Marin. Lane 5, Oakland Strokes B. And lane 6, Marina Aquatic Center. And our early leader here, just shy of 500 meters, will be lane 2, Oakland Strokes A. They are sitting with a 6-seat advantage over lane 1, Capital. But on the outside lane, Marina Aquatic Center, very close to Capital. So too close to call here for that second or third place position. Now back and forth, we're going to move back to the inside. That will be Marin. Marin occupying that 4th place position, sitting 2 seats over Pacific. Back to Pacific by about a seat of open water. It will be the second entry from Oakland Strokes and their B-boat. But at 500 meters in, it is Oakland Strokes looking to pull clear from both Capital and Marina. Very tight racing here for that second or third place position, and very difficult for these girls to do. They've got to look all the way across the course to find their closest competition. So Marina rowing out of lane 6, that coxswain is looking across at the Capital boat and hoping to pull ahead of that hometown team. And she has done it. So Marina moving themselves into the second place position, sitting maybe 3 seats over Capital. And now Capital needs to take a look at lane 4, Marin, because Marin is challenging for that third place spot. Marin sitting 4 seats over Pacific, Pacific in 5th, and then back to them by a seat of open water, the B-boat entry from Oakland Strokes. So again, as the B-boat, this is the 4th varsity boat for Oakland. So really great depth in the Oakland program. We've seen that on the men's side, and now we're seeing it on the women's side. And here they are, Oakland Strokes and their A-boat with open water over that second place crew from Marina Aquatics. Boats just shy of 1,000 meters in. Oakland just on a tear here, rowing at 35 strokes a minute. They are trying to see if they can inch a little bit farther away from Marina. Marina, again, as we've seen all morning, just a very tenacious, very aggressive crew. As they come up to 1,000 meters to go, they're seeing if they can pull clear of Capital. Capital along the shoreline, solidly in that third place position, but looking at a challenge from Marin. So Marin in 4th, down to Capital just by a couple of seats. Marin in 4th, bow to stern over Pacific. Pacific 2 seats of open water over Oakland B. 1,000 meters to go in the grand final for the women's third varsity 8.
Well, great call, Adrian. This is a great race here, shaping up between these women's third-level varsity 8s. As they come down the course, lots of close pacing and spacing here as these crews move into the second 1,000 meters. Now the leader, Oakland, in lane 2, they continue to dominate as they have open water over Capital in lane 1. The real threat here, as you heard, folks, are the outside lanes. The outside lanes, Marina Aquatic Center, and then we go inside to lane 4, Marin. Keep an eye on them as they are trying so hard to threaten the top leaders. Now Pacific is moving up to try to catch Marin, but they're down, as you heard, by almost a full boat length it's Marina that has to watch out for Marin, because Marina, being in third place right now at 1,250 meters, their lead over Marin is shrinking. So Marin is moving and could take the bronze medal position away from Marina. Capital at 37 strokes per minute, trying to catch Oakland, the leader. Capital at 37, trying to catch Oakland. Oakland is understroking Capital, so Oakland has a little bit more room to give and spare, an extra gear to find if they want it. Capital's really high on the rate right now as they cross 1,500. That race between Marin and Marina, it's getting even closer. Marina now with only a 2 to 3 seat advantage over Marin. So at this point, for the women's 3v8s, it's Oakland A for the gold, Capital for the silver, Marina for the bronze, but Marin right there. Marin now making a move, trying to catch them. They are down only 1 seat now. Marin down only 1 seat. The bronze medal position is being held on to by Marina, but they moved up, but then Marina responded. Smart move by the Marina coxswain. She saw Marin make a move. After they were done, she made a move. She held on to her bronze medal at this point. Oakland A still has the gold. Capital for the silver. Marina holding on. They responded so well to that Marin challenge, and Marina holding on to the bronze medal, now growing it back to 8 seats over Marin. Marin in 4th. Then Pacific, and then Oakland B as the women's 3rd level varsity 8s come to the line. Once again, Oakland is golden.
And at the start line, we have the men's novice coxed quad grand final. Lane 1, Redwood Scullers. Lane 2, Long Beach Junior. Lane 3, Newport. Lane 4, Redwood Scullers B entry. Lane 5, Berkeley. Lane 6, Cal Yacht Club.
And we are at 250 meters in the grand final for the men's novice coxed quad. So again, all of these rowers in their first year of rowing. Very, very fast boat here. They do have a coxswain sitting in the bow, so a good advantage there to getting them down the course cleanly. With 6 boats on the water, we have one early leader here rowing out of lane 2. That will be Long Beach Juniors. So Long Beach Juniors sitting with a 4-seat advantage over Redwood Scullers A. So Redwood Scullers, we talked about them in the women's double with a very great sculling program, and we're seeing that here because Redwood has 2 entries in this event. Both boats doing great. So right now their A boat in the second place position, sitting just behind Long Beach. In third, we're going to move over to the inside. That will be Newport. Newport sitting in the third place position, bow to stern over Berkeley High School in lane 5. Now Berkeley High in lane 5 is sitting with 3 seats over Redwood Scullers B, and Redwood Scullers B 3 seats over 6th place California Yacht Club. At 750 meters, we have a new leader. It will be Redwood Scullers along the shoreline. They have moved themselves ahead of Long Beach to overtake for that lead position. So Redwood Scullers A in the lead, now by 3 seats over Long Beach. Newport still in third. Newport trying to pull away just slightly and get a little bit of open water over Berkeley High School. So Berkeley High School in fourth. They are trying to pull away from the B boat entry from Redwood Scullers. California Yacht Club continuing in 6th. Now big challenge to Long Beach by Newport. Long Beach continuing in 2nd, but they're watching a hard-charging Newport try to pull even with them at the halfway point. Redwood Scullers continuing in 1st, 4 seats over Long Beach with Newport chasing. Berkeley High School continuing in 4th, but they're watching that position be taken away by the B boat entry from Redwood Scullers. California Yacht Club continuing in 6th. We'll turn it over to Bob on the hill for the final strokes of the men's novice quad.
Well, thank you, Adrian. This race, as you said, is very dynamic. Lots of back and forth movement here, especially in some of the middle boats in the pack. They may not be in a medaling position, but they are still racing for placement here, as they want to say, am I the 4th or 5th or 6th best crew in this event in the Southwest region? And we're seeing that race between Berkeley and the B boat from Redwood Scullers. Almost dead even now as these 2 crews tackle each other in the second 1,000 meters. Now up front, the top 3 boats continues to be Redwood Scullers bow to stern over Long Beach. Long Beach in 2nd place. 2nd place Long Beach bow to stern over Newport in lane 3. So these top 3 boats have open water between themselves and the 3 remaining boats from Redwood Scullers B, Berkeley, and the California Yacht Club. The Redwood Scullers boat here doing a super job as they come into the last 500 meters. They still have a very tough race on their hands. By no means is it a decided race. Long Beach, Redwood Scullers, or Newport, all 3 boats could make big moves here and take a gold medal. But right now at 1,500, it is the Redwood Scullers, but their lead over Long Beach has shrunk by 2 seats. Long Beach has their bow ball at the 3 seat of the Redwood Scullers. Long Beach continues with a bow to stern advantage over 3rd place Newport. Berkeley High School continues in 4th with 1 seat over Redwood Scullers B. And then finally, California Yacht Club in 6th. Now these are novice rowers, ladies and gentlemen, 1st year rowing. Impressive work to do sculling here, these novices. And it just got closer for the Redwood Scullers. 350 meters to go, Long Beach pulling even. Long Beach has pulled even now. They've made a move, they've pulled even with the Redwood Scullers, and now Long Beach up by half a deck. Long Beach making a big move. And they just took away the gold medal position from the Redwood Scullers here as they come into the last 250 meters. It's Long Beach, Redwood Scullers, Newport for the men's novice Cox quads. As they come to the line, keep your eye on these novices. Anything can happen. Right now, that anything is Long Beach, as they made a surprise move and caught everybody off guard, and they've got that gold medal position as they come to the line. On the outside, California Yacht Club moving ahead of Berkeley for fourth. Berkeley holding off Redwood B. Back to the front as the men's novice cock squads finish. Long Beach looking golden. Redwood Scullers for the silver. Newport for the bronze.
And the racing never stops here at Lake Natoma. We are back with the grand final in the women's single with 6 boats on the course. In lane 1, Kendall Fernley from Seabase. Lane 2, Ellen McGill from SoCal Scullers. Lane 3, Nicole Viviani from Row LA. Lane 4, Shannon Gallup from North Bay Rowing Club. Lane 5, Alex Berry from NorCal. And Lane 6, Camille Hayes from Tempe Junior Crew. And it is lane 1, Seabase, already out with an open water lead just at 250 meters in. So she is absolutely taking no prisoners. She rocketed out of the gate and, as I said, has a 1 length of open water lead over the rest of the field. In the second place position, it will be Row LA, Nicole Viviani rowing out of lane 3. She has just a bit of open water over both lane 2, Ellen McGill from SoCal Scullers, and lane 5, Alex Berry from NorCal. And then North Bay out of lane 4 right there as well. So very tight pack for that third place position. Conditions for these scullers, they can get a really fast time here. And SoCal and NorCal, a battle between the Northern California and the Southern California teams shaping up right here in the women's single at 750 meters. In fourth place, we're going to move over to lane excuse me, I have been calling that completely wrong. In the second place position, it is going to be Row LA. So excuse me, I think I have a little mix-up in the bow numbers here. But it is Row LA in the second place spot. Again, another Southern California crew. So she's in that second place position. Nicole Viviani is in second place with Alex Berry from NorCal in third. In the fourth place position, it will be SoCal Scullers, just slightly ahead of Shannon Gallup from North Bay. Continuing in sixth, it is Camille Hayes from Tempe Junior. Almost at the halfway point in the grand final for the women's single.
And the women's single grand final now in the second 1,000 meters. Folks, I want to impress upon you the level of skill these scullers are showing. They are rowing a boat that is more narrow than their shoulder width, that only weighs about 29 pounds, can flip in a heartbeat, and their race, because they're in a smaller boat, takes longer, much longer than an 8, sometimes up to a minute, minute and a half longer. That is a long time when you're rowing hard. So you're looking at very elite athletes here from each program, and they're all doing a super job. Make sure you give them a shout out as they come by the tents. Now that leader, Kendall Fernley from Seabase, she's got this thing in her pocket right now because nobody, and I mean nobody, is close to her. She's going to cross the 1,500-meter line, and it will easily be about 50 meters of open water between her and the next closest. Now it's turning into a 3-boat race for the silver and bronze medal position. Ellen McGill from SoCal Scholars made a big push after crossing the halfway markers, and she is now challenging NorCal and Row LA for a medaling position. Now the NorCal Scholar, that's Alex Berry, she's doing a super job here, but she keeps looking across her port oar, and she sees that the SoCal Scholar girl, McGill, and Viviani from Row LA are challenging her, and now at 1,500 meters, it's 3 boats across for the silver and bronze medal position. It's the SoCal Scholars, Row LA, and NorCal, 3 boats across at 1,500. Behind them, you have Gallup from North Bay, and then finally Tempe Juniors in the final position. The top 3 scholars automatically qualify to go to USRowing's Youth National Championships in Sarasota, Florida. This is a national level event. Fernley from Seabase, she's all alone. She's got that gold medal. Look at that. She's at 200 meters to go. Can you see anybody near her? I can't. She's got it that well here on the outside in lane number 5. Alex Berry from NorCal, she's got that silver medal position, and it's still very close between her and the scholars from SoCal Scholars in Row LA. Now Row LA has fallen back to 4th, but she still has contact. She still has contact with McGill from SoCal Scholars. Shannon Gallup from North Bay, hot on her heels in 5th place. Referees are steering a little bit here as the scholars start to get fatigued. Shannon from North Bay making a move. NorCal for the silver medal position, still holding off McGill from SoCal Scholars. This is going to be a close race to the finish line. Again, those middle pack boats, Shannon Gallup from North Bay, Viviani from Row LA. Look at this finish as they come to the line. Women's singles now finishing.
And we are just past 500 meters here in a very fast grand final for the men's lightweight double. These guys are just cooking along here. And right now, our leader for the get-go is going to be Seabase rowing out of lane 2. So Seabase sitting just a couple of seats ahead of lane 1, Brophy. Brophy with a very fast team this year. We saw them in both with a varsity 8 and a JV 8 this year. So that program sitting just shy of Seabase. In 3rd, we're going to move 6, Newport. Over lane 4, Tempe Juniors, and then back in that 6th place position, it will be Redwood Scullers. Just past 750 meters, it will be Brophy pushing themselves into the lead. They just overtook Seabase for that top position. Long Beach Juniors continuing in 3rd. Newport on the outside there, still in 4th, but looking at a great challenge here by Tempe Juniors. So very close between Tempe Juniors or Newport for that 4th or 5th place position. Redwood Scullers continuing in 6th, all boats now approaching 1,000 meters to go. But there is Brophy in lane 1, taking a big power move here to pull clear of Seabase for that lead position. Seabase staying just in front of Long Beach Juniors, but the Long Beach Junior guys are not letting go. I'm going to have Bob take some stroke rates for you here in the third 500 as we watch this race progress. This is definitely one of the tighter grand finals that we've seen in the sculling events this afternoon.
Well, Adrian, thank you for that call. And yes, I have been taking stroke rates. The leader from Brophy at 33 strokes per minute, and the challenger, Newport Seabase in lane 2, at 36. So that's a 3-beat difference, and yet the lead boat, Brophy, at the lower stroke rate by 3 beats, understroking Newport Seabase. So Brophy, big and strong and really long as they bring these boats down the course at their pace. And again, they are understroking the field, which means they can take that rate up and find an extra gear. So
could I please have attention in the spectator area? Could we have a representative from San Diego and Upper Natoma please come to the finish line? San Diego and Upper Natoma to the finish line.
And the men's lightweight doubles now at 1,500. Brophy still looking really strong, really long, powerful, understroking the field. In second place continues to be Newport Seabase, bow to stern. Long Beach Junior crew. They are bow to stern ahead of Tempe Juniors. Tempe Juniors in 4th. Tempe Juniors only 2 seats ahead of the of the Newport boat in lane 6. Redwood Scullers trailing in 6th. This race is actually tightening up as it gets closer to the finish line.
Newport moving.
Now Brophy in lane 1 continues with a small open water advantage. These are the men's lightweight doubles. Maximum weight per rower is 150 pounds. This is an event that races at Youth Nationals. Top 3 boats get an automatic invite to the National Regatta. Brophy in the lead, looking for the gold. Newport Seabase in the silver medal position, but right behind him, Long Beach Junior crew for that bronze medal. Chasing Long Beach, you've got Tempe Juniors and Newport in 4th and 5th. Redwood Scullers in 6th. It's getting even closer. This could turn into a 2-boat race for the 3rd place position. Long Beach Junior crew being hunted down by Tempe Juniors. Tempe Juniors moving. Tempe Juniors moving. They're overtaking Long Beach. Tempe Juniors now for the bronze medal position. They've got it. They've got it by a deck as they come to the line. What a turnaround. Long Beach right there. The Long Beach now responding. Long Beach taking it. It's a photo finish. It looks like Tempe Juniors got it. What a finish for the men's lightweight doubles. What a last-second push. We'll have to wait for the official results. Did Tempe get it or not?
And ladies and gentlemen,
And ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to call your attention now. We are shifting over back to heats. So we are now going to start running heats for finals that will happen starting tomorrow morning. Next race on the course is event number 65, heat number 1 of the women's lightweight fours. That race has started and is now approaching 250 meters. We'll give you the first call just after 500. There are 2 heats for this event, so the top 3 boats will advance to the grand final tomorrow morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, heat number 1 of the women's lightweight four is now past 500. In lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. In lane 2, Newport Sea Base. In lane 3, Capital Crew. In lane 4, Los Gatos. In lane 5, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 6, Long Beach Junior Crew B. And in lane 7, Slack Rowing Club from San Diego. Now, these are women's lightweight fours. The maximum weight per rower is 130 pounds. Top 3 boats go to the grand final. Right now, early leader is lane number 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Marina out by about a length over lane 2, Newport Sea Base. Newport Sea Base looking at 2 challengers, lane 3, Capital, and lane 5, Newport. The trailing boats at this point are going to be lanes 4, Los Gatos, lane 6, Beach Junior B, and lane 7, Zlack. Women's lightweight four is heat number 1 now at the halfway markers. Again, these boats are trying to qualify for the grand finals that will be held tomorrow morning. First across the halfway line will be Marina Aquatic Center. Again, Marina at the first place position at the halfway markers. Following Marina, lane 2, Newport Sea Base. And then we go outside to lane number 5, Newport Aquatic Center, challenging. So it's actually a 4-boat race right now. It's Marina, Newport Sea Base, Capital moving up a little bit here, and then Newport Aquatic Center. So 4 boats in contention right now to go on to the grand final. The early leader, Marina, continues to get a growing amount of open water. So Marina looking good right now. The real race between lanes 2, 3, and 5. Sea Base, Capital, and Newport Aquatic Center. Heat number 1 of the women's lightweight four now approaching 1,500. Lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center, still holding on to a nice open water advantage. Top 3 boats go to the grand final. Second place continues to be Newport Sea Base with 4 seats over Capital. Capital also even with Newport Aquatic Center. So right now the race is between Capital and Newport Aquatic Center for that third qualifying position to go to the grand final. I'm going to give a slight advantage to Capital, but chasing them very hard is Newport. Both boats are in contact with each other. Starting to fall off the pace, you have the teams from Los Gatos, Long Beach Junior B, and Vlac. They are the trailing three boats at this point, not in qualifying position. All right, Newport has moved ahead of Capital. Newport Aquatic Center has moved up now, and they're still moving. So they have just worked their way by Capital Crew, and they are now ahead of Newport Seabase. So Newport Seabase actually is finding that Capital and Newport Aquatic Center are threatening them here as these crews turn up the pressure coming into the last 500 meters. Marina in the lead. They're looking good to go on to the grand final. On the outside, Newport Aquatic Center looking good. Capital getting left behind here as Newport Seabase holds them off with 200 meters to go. Three boats go to the grand final. Right now it's Marina, Newport, and Newport Seabase. Capital chasing in fourth. Heat number one of the women's lightweight four is coming to the line. Again, unofficially moving on to the grand final, it looks to be Marina, Newport Aquatic Center, and Newport Seabase with Capital in fourth. Here's that finish.
Would Benjamin King please come to the finish line tent? Benjamin King, please come to the finish line tent. Lining up at the start line is the second heat of the women's lightweight four. Top three to the grand final. Lane 1, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 2, NorCal. Lane 3, Casitas. Lane 4, Redwood Scholars. Lane 5, Xavier Prep. Lane 6, Newport B. And in the water for the call.
And ladies and gentlemen, heat number 2 of the women's lightweight four now underway.
women's lightweight fours, heat number 2, now approaching the 750-meter mark. Sitting bow to stern over lane 2, NorCal. Long Beach now taking a move. They just gained half a length open water over NorCal. NorCal 2 lengths open water over third place Xavier. Xavier sitting half a length over fourth place Casitas.
And ladies and gentlemen, the women's lightweight four now hitting the halfway markers. Leader continues to be lane 1, Long Beach Junior Crew. Again, the top 3 boats go on to the grand finals tomorrow. In second place, we have NorCal. NorCal Juniors in lane 2. They continue to have a good open water advantage over the third place team from lane number 5, Xavier Prep. Xavier Prep is from Arizona. They row on Tempe Town Lake down there in Arizona, so this is a great showing for Xavier Prep here. One of the smaller programs, one of the scholastic programs, and they're doing well here as they look to be in a position to move on to the grand final. In fourth place, we go to Casitas. Lake Casitas Rowing, they are about a length bow to stern behind Xavier Prep at 1,250 meters. In the final position, Redwood Scullers and Newport B. Those are your 2 trailing boats at this point as these crews now approach 1,500. We'll give the next call just after that point. But again, the top 3 are Long Beach, NorCal, and Xavier Prep for the women's light fours, heat number 2. And the Long Beach Junior Crew lightweight women now first across 1,500 meters. They're in a very good position here. Good amount of open water behind their boat to the second place crew. That would be NorCal Juniors in lane 2. NorCal continues to have good open water behind themselves, and the third place team from Xavier Prep. Now Xavier has to keep their eye on Lake Casitas Junior Crew. Lake Casitas still down about a length, maybe a seat open water as they come into the last 500. Lake Casitas rowing the bright green boat in the middle lane. You can't miss it, and you'll keep an eye on them as they chase Xavier. Xavier in the outside lane in the white hull. Women's lightweight fours coming into the last 250 meters. Long Beach Junior Crew looking to qualify. NorCal Juniors looking to qualify. And Xavier Prep looking to qualify as they continue to hold off the challenge from Lake Casitas. So this will be my final call for the second and final heat of the women's lightweight fours. Looking to move on to the grand finals tomorrow will be Long Beach, NorCal, and Xavier Prep, with Lake Casitas chasing.
Ladies and gentlemen, now underway and approaching the 400-meter mark is the men's pair heat number 1. In lane 1, Newport. Lane 2, Pacific. Lane 3, Upper Natoma. Lane 4, Tempe Town Lake. Lane 5, Capital. And lane 6, Cathedral Catholic. Now past the 500-meter mark, it's a battle for first between lane 1 and lane 5. That is Newport and Capital. Those two crews battling it out will give a slight advantage to Capital out of lane 5 for first. Them taking a move now, sitting bow to stern over lane 1. Newport in second. Newport sitting half a length over lane 2, Pacific. Pacific in third place. Now at 750 meters into the race, it continues to be Capital. Capital sitting bow to stern over Newport, so Capital in first, Newport in second, with Pacific half a length behind Newport charging in that third place spot. Those top three crews are sitting 3 lengths open water. Upper Natoma in fourth place. Upper Natoma 3 lengths open water over Tempe Town Lake and Cathedral Catholic. Crews now at the 1,000-meter mark, and it will be Newport and Capital. Those two crews have pulled away by 1 length over Pacific, so Newport now in first, Capital in second, sitting bow to stern over Pacific in third. Those top 3 crews continue to lead the pack by 3 lengths open water over Upper Natoma in fourth. Tempe Town Lake in fifth. Cathedral Catholic in sixth.
Well, thank you, Aaron, for that race call here for the first of 3 heats for the men's pair. Now, folks, for those of you new to the regatta, men's pair is a 2-man boat, 1 oar per rower, 1 oar on port side, 1 oar on starboard side. There is no coxswain. The rowers steer the boat by either pressure on the oar or by a steering mechanism, an actual rudder with a cable system attached to a movable footboard. This is perhaps the hardest boat to race in all of rowing, and having raced pairs myself, I can tell you it's not an easy boat to row or steer. However, these crews that are coming down the course are doing a super job. Lane 1, Newport, you heard they were in second place for a while, but they have worked up ahead of Capital. Capital, however, is hanging tough and holding off any challenges from the other crews, the 2 closest boats being Pacific and Upper Natoma. So it's Newport and Capital, 1,500 meters. Top 2 boats go to the grand finals tomorrow. Why do they want to make the grand finals? Not only do they get medals, but this is an event that is raced at the national championship. So it's another way to get athletes back to nationals. Pacific and Upper Natoma continue in 3rd and 4th place. The 2 trailing teams continue to be Tempe Town Lake and Cathedral Catholic High School. Heat 1 of the men's pairs now in the spectator area. That's Newport and Capital in the lead. Top 2 boats go to the grand finals tomorrow, and you're looking at them out here with an open water advantage over both Pacific and Upper Natoma as the men's pairs for Heat 1 come to the finish line. This will be our last call as we now turn our eyes down the lake to catch Heat number 2. But again, 2 boats to the final, unofficially Newport and Capital at this point, 100 meters to go. and Upper Natoma overtaking Pacific for third here in the heat.
And we are awaiting a start in Heat 2 of the men's pair. In Lane 1, San Diego Rowing Club. Lane 2, Marin. Lane 3, North Bay. Lane 4, Cathedral Catholic High School. Lane 5, Palo Alto. And Lane 6, Los Gatos.
Ladies and gentlemen, and we've had a start. This is the second heat of the men's pairs now underway. And already out of the blocks, some of the crews between lanes 4, 5, and 6 are being steered by the referees. As Bob mentioned earlier, with just one oar per rower, these shells are very hard to steer. And the referees are continuing to try to separate. It is now lanes 5 and 6. Now at 300 meters into the race, it will be between San Diego and North Bay for first place. Those two crews have their bows even, with Marin out of lane 2 sitting bow to stern over those top two crews. At the 500-meter mark, we give a slight advantage to lane 3 North Bay. However, lane 1 San Diego, they're now, they just took over by over 3 or not. So San Diego in first, North Bay in second. Those two crews sitting bow to stern over Marin in third. Cathedral Los Gatos in 6. Now at 750 meters, it continues to be between San Diego and North Bay for the top spots. Earlier, I mentioned Marin, or San Diego had taken a seat up, but North Bay has answered. North Bay now sitting in first, San Diego in second, and Marin now has gained 1 seat, but half a length behind in third. At the 1,000-meter mark, it is San Diego now taking a move. They're sitting half a boat length over Marin and North Bay. Marin has now moved up into the second place position. Those top three crews are sitting 4 lengths open water over Palo Alto in fourth, Cathedral Catholic in fifth, and Los Gatos in sixth.
Well, thank you, Aaron, for that race call for the first 1,000 meters. From high atop Rattlesnake Hill, I can tell you, this heat is definitely the one with the challenging steering, as the referees are steering a number of boats, and I can clearly see the crews wavering between the lane lines here. Thank goodness for the buoy system here at Lake Natoma to help these bowmen out as they race their pairs. Now, back to the leaders. Top 3 boats are lanes 1, 2, and 3, San Diego, Marin, and North Bay. Now, North Bay was in second place, but Marin has worked ahead of them. North Bay still within striking distance of Marin. Marin almost has open water, but not yet. So North Bay could still do something here with 750 meters to go. Remember, the top 2 boats advance. Now, we go back to the next closest boat. That's going to be Cathedral Catholic and Palo Alto. Palo Alto rowing a pretty good course here. Cathedral Catholic a little bit more as they come down the course. Referee launch staying close behind them. On the outside, we have Los Gatos. Los Gatos doing a good job with their steering as they come down in lane 6. These 6 men's pairs for heat number 2, now at 1,500 meters. And now Marin has moved into the lead. So a big change here, folks. Marin in the lead now for heat number 2 of the men's pairs. And the early leader, lane 1, has fallen back, and now North Bay is back in second place. So North Bay has overtaken San Diego for that second place position to move on to the grand final. San Diego Rowing Club was in a good position for so long, but North Bay now just turning on the jet engines, and they've got open water over San Diego. So the top 2 boats looking to move on to the men's pair grand final will be Marin and North Bay Rowing Club. San Diego along the shore just preparing to run out of gas here. Meanwhile, Palo Alto continues in fourth ahead of Cathedral Catholic with Los Gatos trailing. To the grand final, men's pairs heat number 2 now coming to the line. The 2 boats looking really good. Marin and North Bay.
Called, and we are ready for the start. This is the third heat of the men's pairs. In lane 1, Marina. Lane 2, Los Gatos. Lane 3, Artemis. Lane 4, Humboldt. Lane 5, Oakland Strokes. That is the men's pair, heat number 3, now underway. Crews are now at 250 meters, and as we saw in the previous heat, various crews both in the center and on the outside being steered by the referees. And at 350 meters in, it will be Marina Aquatic Center. They're in first place, sitting bow to stern over Los Gatos in second. Those top two crews have a large margin. I would give it 5 lengths open water over Artemis in third, Humboldt Bay in fourth. Now passing the 500-meter mark, Marina and Los Gatos have made it pretty clear that they will be the top 2 crews to go on to the grand finals tomorrow morning. So Marina and Los Gatos in first and second, Artemis in third, Artemis bow to stern over Humboldt Bay in fourth, Oakland Strokes trailing in fifth. At the 750-meter mark, it is those top 2 crews, Marina in first, Los Gatos in second, continuing to put a bigger margin over the rest of the field. However, Marina now taking a move, almost sitting open water over Los Gatos. Now sitting even. The 1,000-meter mark, it is Marina Aquatic Center for first place, now sitting bow to stern over Los Gatos in second. Those top 2 crews clearly going on to the grand final have a good 100-meter open water margin over the remaining field. Artemis responded to Humboldt Bay. Artemis now back in third place. Humboldt Bay for fourth. Oakland Strokes for fifth.
All right, folks, the third and final heat of the men's pairs coming down the course, about to hit 1,500 meters. Now, of the 3 heats, this one's the easiest one to call. It's a walk away in terms of qualification for Marina Aquatic Center and Los Gatos. These two men's pairs are just rowing together in tandem as they come down the course. They've got lots of open water behind them and the remaining boats from Artemis, Humboldt Bay, and the Oakland Strokes. So looking really good right now for Marina and Los Gatos as they come into the last 500. Top two go to the grand final, and right now they are the top two as they come into the spectator area. Again, folks, this is a very hard boat to row and race, and yet you're looking at these oarsmen here making it look easy. So give them a shout out, cheer them on. They're doing a super job here as they move towards the finish line, and again in qualifying position to go to the grand finals tomorrow for the men's pair. Heat 3 now finishing, two to the grand final. Unofficially, Marina and Los Gatos, with Artemis, Humboldt Bay, and Oakland Strokes chasing in the final positions.
Semifinal 1 for the women's quad, currently at the start. In lane 1, California Yacht Club. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Seabase. Lane 4, River City. Lane 5, Marin. Lane 6, Artemis. Lane 7, Long Beach Junior B.
Now underway, this is the women's quad semifinal number 1. Crews are now at 400 meters. In our top 2 crews will be California Yacht Club and the Oakland Strokes. Those 2 crews, bow ball to bow ball, now sitting 4 seats over Newport Seabase in 3rd, River City in 4th. Now past 500 meters, California Yacht Club has taken a move and is sitting half a length over Oakland Strokes in 2nd. Oakland Strokes, 1 seat open water over Newport Seabase in 3rd. Artemis for 4th. Artemis sitting 1 seat over River City, and right there with them is Marin. Long Beach trailing in 7th. At 750 meters, California Yacht Club out of lane 1, looking real clean there, extending their lead, now sitting half a length open water over the Oakland Strokes in 2nd place. Oakland Strokes sitting bow to stern over Seabase in 3rd. Those 3 crews are 1 length open water over the remaining field, and for 4th place, it is between lanes 5 and 6, Marin and Artemis. Marin now taking a move, sitting half a length over Artemis and River City. Long Beach trailing. Now at the 1,000-meter mark, the top 3 crews have really distinguished themselves but have spread out. California Yacht Club in 1st, now sitting 1 length open water over Oakland Strokes in 2nd and Seabase in 3rd.
Thank you, Aaron, for that call here for the first 1,000 meters of semifinal number 1 for the women's varsity quad. Now, folks, this is the varsity quad. There is no coxswain in this boat, and again, the bow seat rower calls the commands for the race as well as does the steering. Sometimes it's just with oar pressure. Other boats have a rudder system set up. It's at the coach's discretion. Now, right now, lane 1, Cal Yacht Club in the lead by growing margin. Again, top 3 go on to the grand final tomorrow. Now, Cal Yacht Club is a sailing club, and yet they have this small sculling program that consistently puts out great boats. And they're doing it again here right now as they are in the lead here in semifinal number 1 for the women's varsity quads. They are from the Marina Del Rey area of California. They are rowing exceptionally well. Beautiful blade work coming out of the Cal Yacht Club boat. Now in 2nd place, the Oakland Strokes. Strokes recently really upping the game with their sculling program, devoting more resources to it, both coaching and equipment, and the results are paying off as Oakland here looking good as well in the 2nd qualifying position to go on to the grand final. Newport Seabase, only a program a few years old, and they're looking great as well here in 3rd place, and again looking to go on to the grand final tomorrow. So your leaders here all doing a super job. In that 4th place position, we're going to go to Marin over River City. Then on the outside, we have Artemis, and then finally Long Beach B in lane 7. Those 4 boats are not in a position to qualify with 500 meters to go. Marin in 4th, the closest boat to take on Newport Sea Base, but they're down length of open water. So that's a tough challenge with 500 meters to go. 3 boats to the grand final. It's still Cal Yacht Club, Oakland Strokes, and Newport Sea Base. These are the women's varsity quads now coming to the line. Semifinal number 1, the top 14 boats from yesterday's time trials now racing. Cal Yacht Club still there. They've got that first qualifying position. Oakland Strokes in 2nd. Newport Sea Base still holding off Marin for that 3rd and final qualifying spot. River City in 4th. Artemis in, River City in 5th. Artemis in 6th. And Long Beach in 7th.
And we are awaiting a start for semifinal number 2 in the women's quad. In lane 1, Redwood Scullers. Lane 2, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 3, Newport. Lane 4, San Diego. Lane 5, Capital Crew. Lane 6, California Yacht Club B. Lane 7, Row LA. One little quick public service announcement. Coaches, please make sure that you know where your athletes are. We have reports of quite a few kids that are jumping off of the trees and the cliffs down near the start, and the authorities unfortunately have been notified. So please make sure that your athletes know to stay out of the water. And please make sure to clean up your chairs and pull them back underneath the tents as you leave the area. Thank you.
This is now the women's quad semifinal number 2, now past 500 meters into the race. Our top 3 crews are lanes 1, 2, and 3. That is Redwood Scullers in first place. Redwood Scullers sitting half a length over Long Beach in second. Long Beach and Newport dead even. At 750 meters, Redwood Scullers are continuing to take seats. They're now sitting bow to stern over second and third, which is still even between Long Beach and Newport. Long Beach and Newport sitting bow to stern over San Diego, and those top 4 crews are sitting one length open water over the remaining field. California Yacht Club B for 5th, and even between Capital and Row LA for 6th and 7th. Now at the 1,000-meter mark, Redwood Scullers are trying to find open water here. They're taking a move, now sitting half a seat open water, and we give now a slight advantage to Long Beach. Long Beach in second place out of lane 2. Long Beach now taking a move, sitting 1 seat over Newport. Newport sitting 1 seat over San Diego. San Diego now charging, looking to take that third place position to move on to the grand finals tomorrow.
All right, well, the women's quad, varsity quad, semifinal number 2, as you heard now, crossing into the second 1,000 meters and the third 500. The third 500 meters often where crews really shake out, as Adrian likes to call it. We see who's got the fitness to go that extra distance. Now, lane 1, the Redwood Scholars, continues to look really good here. They are coming down the course at 34 strokes per minute. They're looking very relaxed and comfortable as they keep Long Beach and Newport behind them by open water. Chasing to get into that top 3 position is San Diego Rowing Club in lane 4. They are in contact with Newport. Their bow ball is at the Newport stroke seat, and they still have 600 meters left. So we expect to see something out of the San Diego boat. They could challenge Newport and move on to the grand final. The trailing boats are in the outside lanes right now. Lane number 6, Cal Yacht Club in 5th place, followed by Capital in 6th, and then finally Row LA in 7th here in semifinal number 2 for the women's varsity quads. Again, the leaders are Redwood Scullers, Long Beach, and Newport, with San Diego chasing. San Diego working hard here, just past 1,500 meters. San Diego charging, rates going up, and they now have their bow ball at the 2 seat of the Newport boat. So this race is getting close for 3rd place. Remember, 3 boats go to the grand final tomorrow. And at this point, the question is, will it be Newport or San Diego? Redwood Scholars looking good still with open water over Long Beach. And now San Diego has pulled even with Newport. San Diego even with Newport for that 3rd qualifying position. Now San Diego ahead of Newport. It's San Diego moving into 3rd place and looking to go on to the grand final. So what a patient, well-executed race plan by San Diego as they continue to take water away from Newport. It's Redwood Scholars, Long Beach, San Diego, now Newport chasing in 4th. 3 boats to the grand final. These are the varsity women's quads, unofficially moving on to the finals tomorrow. The Redwood Scholars, Long Beach Junior Crew, and now San Diego Rowing Club in the bright red hall.
ladies and gentlemen, now underway and clearing the breakage zone. These are the men's lightweight fours. This is the first heat with the top 3 crews to move on to the grand final tomorrow, first thing in the morning. Lanes as follows. Lane 1, Newport. Lane 2, Seabase. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes. Lane 4, Pacific. Lane 5, North Bay. Lane 6, Los Gatos. And Lane 7, Berkeley High School. Now at 400 meters into the race, it is Newport out of lane 1. They're leading the pack by 1 length open water, and for second, third, and fourth, the bows are even between lanes 2, 4, and 5. That is Seabase, Pacific, and North Bay. To see that out of Newport, out of lane 1, they now have 2 lanes open water on the remainder of the field, and for second and third place, it's between lanes 2 and 4. Pacific now taking a move, sitting half a seat over Seabase. Pacific in second, Seabase in third, and close to there is North Bay out of lane 5. Los Gatos in 5th, Berkeley in 6th, and the Oakland Strokes in 7th. Now past 750 meters, Newport still looking real clean in the white shell, continuing to move out. They have 1 length open water over the remainder field. Pacific a little more distinguished over the second and third place spots. So Pacific sitting solid in second place, sitting half a length over Seabase. Keep an eye out for North Bay. North Bay charging strong, and North Bay we give a slight advantage now over Seabase for third place. Again, top 3 crews will be going on to the grand final tomorrow morning. In first place, Pacific in second, and now Seabase answering. Seabase and North Bay battling it out. That's the race we're going to keep an eye on for which crew will be going on to the grand final. Los Gatos for 6th, Berkeley High School for 7th.
All right, Aaron, thank you for that call. Yes, it is a close race for that third qualifying position. Not for Newport. They're out in front here, and they've got a good advantage of open water as they come down the course quite comfortably. Now, the race between Newport, Seabase, Pacific, and North Bay will be the race to watch here, as those 3 boats are fighting for the last 2 qualifying positions to go on to the grand final. The trailing boats are from the Oakland Strokes, Los Gatos, and Berkeley High School. They are back by open water. They're rowing well. Good steering, good application, good blade work, just not matching the speed right out of the starting blocks with these top 4 boats. Now, as we approach 1,500 meters, Pacific and Newport Seabase continue to work side by side in tandem, and together they have so far held off all the challenges from North Bay, but North Bay is still right there and could make a move. We're going to keep an eye on North Bay in lane 5 as they come into the last 500. Newport Aquatic Center along the shore is the leader here. Again, this is heat number 1 of the men's lightweight fours, each rower weighing only 150 pounds maximum, and they do have to weigh in and get checked. So this is very highly regulated by USRowing. As these rowers come into the last 500, they're trying to make the grand final tomorrow. And why? Because this is an event that also is raced at Youth Nationals. Newport Sea Base slipping back to third, Pacific in second now. North Bay Rowing Club bow to stern behind Newport Sea Base in the men's lightweight fours, heat number 1. 3 boats moving on. Unofficial Newport Pacific and Newport Sea Base. North Bay chasing here. Men's light fours coming to the line. Unofficially, it's going to be Newport Aquatic Center, Pacific and Newport Sea Base, North Bay chasing. And we now turn our eyes to heat number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are the second heat of the men's lightweight 4 now underway, and that 400 meters into the race. As we pass 400 meters, first place will go out to Long Beach. Long Beach sitting bow to stern over Marina and Upper Natoma for second. Marina and Upper Natoma now leading. Out past 500 meters, we give a slight advantage to Upper Natoma. Upper Natoma sitting in second place. 1 deck over Marina. Marina in third. San Diego in fourth. Bow to stern over Oakland Tech in fifth. Long Beach out of lane 2. They're continuing to lead the way, and it is now a little more than second place. Second place goes out to Upper Natoma. They're sitting half a lane. They are taking a move, now bringing themselves in that third qualifying position. The race to watch here is for which crew will be in that third qualifying position to go on to the grand finals. We have lane 4, San Diego Rowing Club. They are charging through Marina Aquatic Center right now. San Diego has now overtaken Marina. San Diego sitting in the third place position, but they're even looking to challenge Upper Natoma. Upper Natoma in second, but now sitting even with San Diego. Long Beach still out in front by 1 length open water. Crews now at the 1,000 meter mark. Now in the second 1,000, it's now sitting dead even between San Diego and Upper Natoma. Those two crews are even for second or third, but those second and third crews are sitting about astern over Marina. Oakland Tech for fifth. And now at 750 meters to go, Long Beach continues to lead, but San Diego, they have moved through both Marina and Upper Natoma. They're now in the second place position. However, Marina moving back into the third qualifying position as Upper Natoma is sitting behind half a length over Marina. We turn it over to Bob for the remainder of this race.
The second and final heat for the men's lightweight fours. Now coming into the last 500 meters, as you heard Aaron say, Long Beach in the lead with comfortable open water advantage. In that second place position, it's still Marina Aquatic Center, but they are in a very close race with San Diego Rowing Club, as you heard Aaron make that call. San Diego really rode through a bunch of crews in the last 500 meters, putting themselves into a very solid third place position, which will let them go on to the grand final. Now, Upper Natoma, they were there with San Diego, but they have faded backwards, unfortunately, and they are finding themselves in a race with Oakland Tech and Marin. Upper Natoma was really hanging on strong there for the first 1,000, but now they're not in a position to qualify as San Diego overtook that position. San Diego still giving Marina a run for the money. Marina in lane 1 along the shore. But again, both Marina and San Diego are in a position to go on to the grand final. This is the second and final heat for the men's lightweight fours. Unofficially moving on to the grand final tomorrow. Long Beach, San Diego, and Marina Aquatic Center, with Upper Natoma and Oakland Tech chasing, followed by Redwood Scullers and Marin B. Now underway. This is the first of 3 heats for the women's pairs. As mentioned earlier, when the men's pairs have gone down, steering in these boats is very difficult. However, all 7 crews here have had a very clean start, staying in their lanes and steering straight. Out in front, it is Marin in lane 1,
Marin sitting bow to stern over the rest of the field. And for second, third, and fourth, it is very close between lane 3, Cathedral Catholic, and Capital. Crews now at 400 meters into the race. Now approaching 500 meters into the race, it is Marin out of lane 1. They're sitting in first place, 1 length open water over lane 3, Cathedral Catholic. Cathedral Catholic sitting bow to stern over Xavier Prep. Xavier Prep in third, but close eye on lane 5. Lane 5 Capital now taking a move and moving almost even with Xavier. The Marin girls are continuing to look real clean, extending their lead now 2 lengths open water over second place. Second place goes out to Cathedral Catholic. Marin in first, Cathedral Catholic in second, and it is now Capital there sitting in third place, sitting bow to stern over Xavier, Upper Natoma, and Artemis. But we're keeping an eye on Artemis. They are charging, looking to catch Capital. Artemis now sitting bow to stern with Capital. Capital in third place. Our first place crew, that is Marin out of lane 1, continuing to lead the pack, now 4 lengths open water. They're in first place. Second place, Cathedral Catholic. Cathedral Catholic sitting half a length open water over Capital. Now past the 1,000-meter mark, solidly moving on to grand finals will be Marin and Cathedral Catholic. Those 2 crews sitting open water over Capital in third. With 750 meters to go, the field has spread out a little bit for the top 2 crews. Marin getting more and more open water, and Cathedral Catholic in second place. Those 2 crews will go on to the grand final with Capital close by, but 1 length open water behind in third. Upper Natoma for fourth, Artemis for fifth, and Oakland Athletic Rowing Society for seventh.
And finishing here in Heat 1 of the women's pair, top two to advance to the grand finals. This will be Marin with a substantial lead, followed by Cathedral Catholic and Capital. And Heat 2 of the women's pair currently at the starting blocks. It looks like they did have a start, but they have called it back into the block, so there will be a restart to Heat 2 of the women's pair. I'll go ahead and give you your lane assignments. In Lane 1, Pacific. Lane 2, North Bay. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes. Lane 4, Utah. Lane 5, Palo Alto. Lane 7, Upper Natoma. And Lane 6, Upper Natoma. Lane 7, Cathedral Catholic High School. Yes, I just did that.
now underway. We had a restart of the women's heat number 2, top 2, to go on to grand finals tomorrow. Now approaching the 400-meter mark. It is lane 1 Pacific. Pacific sitting bow astern over the remainder of the field. And for second place, it's too close to call between lanes 2, 3, and 4. That is North Bay, Oakland, and Utah. Approaching 500 meters, it is Pacific Rowing Club in first place. But keep a real close eye on lane 4, Utah. They are charging. They are now sitting half a length behind Pacific. Pacific in first, Utah in second. And again, we have 4 boats for that third spot, and it's between lanes 2, 3, 5, and 6. All bows are even. For the women's pairs here, Pacific still in first place, but it is Utah out of lane 4. They're charging strong, sitting just 1 seat behind Pacific. And now for third place by barely a deck, it goes to lane 6. Lane 6, Upper Natoma. But now Palo Alto has taken a move and has pulled even with Upper Natoma. Now Palo Alto 1 deck over Upper Natoma. Palo Alto in third place. Upper Natoma in fourth. North Bay in fifth. Now at 800 meters into the race, Pacific still in first place. They're now sitting bow to stern over Utah. Pacific has taken a move now, and they're looking to move away from Utah here, so they're now sitting almost open water over Utah. Pacific first, Utah second, and it is now North Bay in the third place position, but real close to them is lane 3, Oakland Strokes, and followed very closely is Upper Natoma and Palo Alto, with lane 7, Cathedral Catholic trailing. We are now past the 1,000-meter mark, and it continues to be Pacific in the lead. Utah in second place. Those 2 crews have really distinguished themselves by 1 length open water over the remainder of the field. It is North Bay out of lane 2. They're now taking a move. They want to move away from everyone else and try to catch Utah. They're now sitting bow to stern behind Utah. North Bay in third place. Utah now taking a move, almost pulling even with Pacific. But it is still Pacific and Utah, which will move on to the grand final tomorrow. It will be a close race for first, as Utah may now be moving through Pacific. Top 2 crews to the finals. Pacific, Utah, and real close for third place between North Bay 1 seat over Upper Natoma. Upper Natoma sitting even with Oakland Strokes for fifth. Crews now have 600 meters to go.
That's Utah. Holy moly. I was going to say something and then I realized, never mind. That was Utah in lane 4. That would have been fun.
Now underway and past 250 meters, this is the third heat for the women's pairs. In lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Artemis. Lane 3, Tempe Juniors. Lane 4, Oakland Athletic Rowing Society. Lane 5, Cathedral Catholic High School. Lane 6, Oakland Strokes. And Lane 7, Oakland Strokes B. And our early leaders with 300 meters, 400 meters into the race, it is Marina Aquatic Center. Those girls looking real confident and strong, pulling away from the rest of the field. They now have open water on the remaining crews. Now at 500 meters into the race, it is Marina Aquatic Center charging real strong. Now 5 lanes over Oakland.
Are you going to take both sides on this next one?
Artemis second, Oakland Strokes now slightly back to third. Again, top 2 crews will be going on to grand finals tomorrow. Right now it's looking real solid and locked in for the crew for Marina Aquatic Center out of lane 1. They're just getting more and more open water, looking really clean with their blade work there. But the real close race for that second qualifying spot will be between North Bay and the Oakland Strokes out of lane 7. It is now dead even between Artemis out of lane 2 and Oakland Strokes out of lane 7. Those crews will be battling it out for the second qualifying spots to move on to grand finals, as Marina Aquatic Center now has 100 meters open water over the rest of the field. Now approaching the halfway mark, it is Marina Aquatic Center continuing to lead the pack here with lots of open water, and it is now Artemis out of lane 2. They've taken a move and are now sitting bow to stern over the Oakland Strokes. Marina Aquatic Center for first. It is now Artemis out of lane 2. They're sitting in second place, and they are looking to move away from the Oakland Strokes out of lane 7 in 3rd place. 4th place goes to OARS, 5th to Cathedral Catholic, 6th to Oakland Strokes A entry out of lane 6, and 7 to Tempe Juniors. Crews are now approaching 750 meters to go. Marina Aquatic Center out of lane 1, they're out in front all by themselves. And then it is Artemis out of lane 2 sitting in 2nd place. But the Oakland Strokes boat in lane 7, they're looking over. They're looking to see if it would be possible for them to catch Artemis to try to go to the grand final. The Oakland Strokes boat in lane 7, sitting in 3rd place, having a little bit of a steering issue, hitting a few buoys here on the outside. So it is locked in for Artemis in the 2nd place position to move on to grand finals. Oakland Strokes B for 3rd. Oakland Athletic Rowing Society for 4th, sitting bow to stern over lane 5, Cathedral Catholic in 5th.
And final 250 meters here for Heat 3 of the women's pair. Coming into the spectator area, all by themselves, it is Marina Aquatic Center in that first qualifying spot. They are followed by Artemis in lane 2, top 2 to qualify to the grand finals on Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, second to last race of the day here at the USRowing Southwest Youth Championships, and it is the men's quad. These crews had raced in a time trial mark. It will be Brophy. Brophy in first place out of lane 1. They're sitting bow to stern over San Diego in lane 3. San Diego in second place, and third place by an edge goes out to Artemis with lane 4 Brophy B charging strong. Crews now past the 1,000-meter mark, and it continues to be Brophy A out of lane 1. They're leading the pack, but San Diego Rowing Club in lane 3, they're looking to almost pull even, still sitting 2 seats behind. The top 3 crews will move on to grand finals tomorrow, and it continues to be Brophy. Brophy sitting in first place. Brophy has taken a move and is now sitting half a length over San Diego in second. Brophy and San Diego, the top 2 crews, are looking to break away from Artemis. Artemis sitting in third, half a length over Brophy B in fourth. Tempe Juniors in 5th, Humboldt Bay in 6th, and Pacific Rowing Club trailing in the 7th place position. Crews now approaching the 500-meter mark, 500 meters to go left in this first semifinal, and leading the pack here continues to be Brophy. Brophy in first place, now taking one more seat, sitting 3 seats over San Diego in second. Artemis for third, but keep an eye on Brophy B. They're taking a move now, and they really want that third qualifying position to move on to grand finals. And if they do that, that would be 2 Brophy boats to grand finals. But Artemis continues in that third qualifying spot. We turn it over to Adrian at the finish line for the remainder of the race.
Wow, great finish coming on here. Top 3 boats to advance to the grand finals here in the men's quad. Brophy with a slight lead over San Diego coming into the final 100 meters. But the race to watch here is between Artemis and the B boat from Brophy for that third qualifying position. Brophy A finishing, followed by San Diego, and this will be Artemis unofficially in that third qualifying position.
Copy.
Ladies and gentlemen, underway now is the last race of the day, the first day of the USRowing Southwest Youth Championships. This is the men's squad semifinal number 2. In lane 1, Redwood Scholars Center. Lane 3, Berkeley High School. Lane 4, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 5, San Diego B. Lane 6, Brophy C. And lane 7, River City. Crews are now passing 500 meters into the race. And at 500 meters, the really clear call here goes out to Redwood Scholars. Redwood Scholars looking real clean at a lower rate than the remainder field, and they're sitting bow astern over Newport and Long Beach. .750 meters into the race. Redwood Scholars are continuing to lead the pack here. They're sitting 1 length open water, basing at a 33 strokes per minute. Second place goes out to lane 5, San Diego's B-Boat. And that third qualifying spot to go on to the grand finals tomorrow. It is too close to call between lane 4, Long Beach Juniors, and lane 2, Newport. Those two Southern California crews are battling it out to which one of them will move on to the grand finals tomorrow. 1,000 meters to go. .800 meters to go here, and it is still Redwood Scholars looking really dominant and confident in the first place position. They are sitting half a length open water over the rest of the field. Second place still goes out to San Diego, but now Newport Aquatic Center taking a move out of lane 2. They have now pulled even with San Diego's B-Boat. 750 meters to go. Redwood Scholars, 1 length open water in the lead. Redwood Scholars in first. Newport Aquatic Center, their move really worked as they are now 2 seats over San Diego's B-Boat. Long Beach in 4th. Berkeley High School in 5th. Brophy C in 6th, and River City in 7th. 500 meters to go. Redwood Scholars still sitting all by themselves out ahead. 1 length open water. It is Newport in the second place position. They have now gained 1 more seat, sitting half a length over San Diego. So unofficially, right now, with 400 meters to go to the grand final, will be Redwood Scholars, Newport, San Diego, Long Beach for 4th, Berkeley High School for 5th, River City for 6th, Brophy C for 7th. San Diego's B entry out of lane 5. They started their sprint a little earlier than Newport, and they're close to pulling even with them. However, it is very clear that Redwood Scholars in first, Newport in second, and San Diego B in third will be the 3 crews to move on to the grand finals tomorrow. Long Beach for 4th, sitting 2 seats over Berkeley High School for 5th. River City for 6th, Brophy C for 7th. And this concludes the racing for the first day of the USRowing Southwest Youth Championships. We will see everyone tomorrow morning for the remainder of the racing.